सर्वाधरमा स्वरूपिणे अवतार वरिष्ठाया रामकृष्णाय ते नमः। जननीं शारदां देवीं रामकृष्णं जगद्गुरुं पादपद्मे तयोः श्रित्वा नमामि मुहुर्मुहुः। नमः श्री यतिराजाय विवेकानन्द सूरये सच्चित्सुख स्वरूपाय स्वामिने तापहारिणे स्वामिने तापहारिणे। गुरुर्ब्रह्मा गुरुर्विष्णु गुरुर्देवो महेश्वरा गुरुर्साक्षात् परं ब्रह्मा तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। ॐ भूर्भुवः स्वाहा तत्सवितुर्वरेण्यं भर्गो देवस्य धीमहि धियो परम कृपाल माँ परम कृपा श्री माँ शारदा परम कृपा परम कृपाल माँ परम कृपा श्री माँ शारदा परम कृपा करुणा सागर युगावतार नैया हमारी करो भव पार 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 परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम कृपाल माँ परम कृपाल श्री माँ शारदा परम कृपाल परम कृपाल माँ परम कृपाल श्री माँ शारदा परम कृपाल करुणा सागर युगावतार नैया हमारी करो भव पार करुणा सागर युगावतार नैया हमारी करो भव पार परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल परम दयाल प्रभु परम दयाल राम कृष्ण प्रभु परम दयाल ओम श्री राम कृष्ण भगवान की जय पवन सुत हनुमान की जय श्री अम्बे अम्बे मात की जय
Om Namo Narayanaya, most respected guests and dear sisters and brothers. Before we begin this morning's program, I first would like to call upon our revered Swami Swatma Ramanandaji Maharaj, revered Pravrajika Ishtaprana Mataji, and our chief guest, Professor Anil Suklal, to do the lighting of the lamps. Thank you. Revered Swami Swatmaramanandaji Maharaj, Revered Pravrajika Ishtaprana Mataji, Swami Chandikananda, respected monks and nuns of our various sister organizations, Swami Guru Bhaktanandaji, Swami Loka Sangrahanandaji, Swami Shiva Shankarananda, Swami Shraddhananda Mataji, His Excellency, the High Commissioner of South Africa to India, Professor Anil Suklal, and Dr. Nilistra Singh Suklal, the Honorable Consul General of India, Durban, Dr. Thelma John David, and representatives of the Indian Consulate, Durban, our other heads and representatives of sister organizations, distinguished members of the pre-monastic family of Swami Nischalananda, visiting distinguished musicians and artists, guests, donors, well-wishers, devotees, and loving children. Om Namo Narayanaya. On behalf of the Swami Nischalananda Centenary Celebrations Committee, I extend a very warm and loving welcome to you all this morning as we gather here in celebration of the birth centenary of our most revered Gurudev, Swami Nischalananda. In commemorating the centenary, we are not merely marking the passage of time, but we are paying tribute to a truly remarkable soul whose life illuminated thousands, a life that redefined the spiritual, cultural, and social landscape of South African Hindus, especially during some of our country's most trying times. At a young age, Gurudev dared to dream, not for himself, but for a community in need of spiritual anchoring. Inspired by the towering ideals of Swami Vivekananda and Sri Ramakrishna Paramahamsa, he took bold, selfless steps to sow the seeds of a movement that would blossom into the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa, a sanctuary for Vedantic wisdom, selfless service, and dharmic strength. So let us celebrate this morning our Swami Nischalanandaji today, and not only by remembering his past, but by renewing our commitment to carry his light forward in our homes, in our communities, and within our own hearts. Sisters and brothers, before we start with the main program, please take note of a few announcements. In the event of an emergency, please exit the hall from the back and at the side, and let the ushers guide you. Please proceed in an orderly manner downstairs into the foyer in the assembly area. Please note that there are ablution facilities available on each floor in the foyer areas, and please exit the hall at the front if you require to leave the hall during the program. And also a reminder to please keep mobile phones on silent for the duration of the program. I now invite Mr. Jagdish Gangadin, Chairman of the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa, to share a few words of welcome.
Revered monks and nuns, dignitaries, all protocols observed. Distinguished musicians, dear sisters, brothers, and loving children, Om Namo Narayanaya. Once again, on behalf of the Swami Nischalananda Centenary Celebrations Committee, it is indeed a great honor to extend a warm and loving welcome to you to the birth centennial celebrations of Swami Nischalananda, the founder and the first president of the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa. Swami Nischalananda, whose pre-monastic name was Dhanagopal Naidu, was born in 1925 at a place called Paradise Valley in Newcastle. His mission: to serve selflessly, spiritually uplift and guide the Hindu community. In South Africa, he was a towering spiritual figure who introduced Sanatan Dharma, focusing on Vedanta philosophy in the light of the teachings of Sri Ramakrishna, Sri Sharda Devi, and Swami Vivekananda to South Africans at a time when access to such teachings were scarce. Sisters and brothers, we have gathered here this morning to commemorate his life and pay homage to a spiritual giant, a great son of the soil who ignited a spiritual movement, one that brought dignity, discipline, and divine purpose to thousands of families throughout South Africa. His powerful vision continues to inspire us continuously. Fondly known as Gurudev, he was a living embodiment of the highest spiritual ideals and worked tirelessly to promote universal brotherhood and peace. His legacy lives on in the institution that he founded and the many activities which he initiated, giving expression to our mission's motto, Atmano Mokshartham Jagat Hitaya Cha, for one's own salvation and for the welfare of the world. Upon his return to South Africa in 1953, Swami Nischalananda translated the great and vibrant ideas of Sri Ramakrishna and Swami Vivekananda into constructive socio-religious programs. He set into motion several mechanisms for the holistic upliftment of the disadvantaged people of South Africa. These included various humanitarian programs such as regular prayer meetings, the annual children's cultural festivals, yoga and spiritual retreats, medical camps, mobile clinics, nutrition programs, adult and children's education classes, and devotee well-being programs. These are just to mention but a few. His commitment to a healthy work culture, coupled with his love for disciplined, democratic values, made him a role model in society enmeshed in a socio-political turmoil. At a time when the community faced discrimination, marginalization, and the erosion of identity, Swami Nischalananda gave South African Hindus a spiritual anchor. He established satsang groups in townships and rural areas. He trained local youth in Hindu philosophy and guided families towards living moral, God-centered lives. We should not forget his guidance to the stalwarts of the freedom struggle against the apartheid regime. Swami Nischalananda started his spiritual journey as a youth, and he left his mortal coil at the tender age of 40. In today's world of distraction, anxiety, and infodemic, his teachings remind us to live with focus, fearlessness, and faith. He taught that true power lies not in external success, but in inner clarity and service. His life shows that spirituality is not outdated. It is the very foundation of resilience and fulfillment. Sisters and brothers, on behalf of the Swami Nischalananda Centenary Celebrations Committee, would like you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the celebration of Gurudev's legacy. Jai Shri Ramakrishna.
Thank you, Mr. Gangadin, for those opening remarks. Sisters and brothers, it is now my privilege to invite revered Swami Swatma Ramanandaji Maharaj, President of the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa, Durban, to share a few words of wisdom on this momentous occasion. Maharaj.
Om Sthapakaya cha Dharmasya Sarvadharmaswarupine Avatara Varishtaya Ramakrishnaya Te Namaha. Bowing down at the feet of the Lord, I offer my heartfelt namaskar to all of you. Revered Pravrajika Ishtaprana Mataji, respected brother monks and respected sister nuns representing different various sister organizations, His Excellency Professor Anil Suklal, Dr. Nelistra Suklal Singh, the Honorable Consulate General of India, Durban, Dr. Thelma John David, and representatives of Indian Consulate, Durban, other heads and representatives of sister organization, distinguished members of the pre-monastic family of Swami Nischalananda Maharaj, distinguished visiting artists, guests, donors, well-wishers, devotees, and dear children. I feel extremely honored and happy to be a part of today's function, which commemorates the birth centenary of Swami Nischalananda Maharaj. This historic event is being hosted by Swami Nischalananda Centenary Celebration Committee. Now, it's time for us to think. See, after 100 years, we are sitting here in this wonderful hall and trying to think about a person. I just remember an event which took place in India. It was told by one teacher. The teacher who had gone to the classroom of the primary students, he asked the students there, children, how many of you remember the name of your grandparents? Half the students raised their hands. Then the teacher asked, how many of you remember the names of your great-grandparents? None of them raised their hands. I think the same may be the case with you people also. Not only the students there, we may not remember our great-grandparents' name. Then the teacher asked the students, how is that they have given you life, property, and everything? This body of yours has come from them, but you don't remember their names. Okay, I will ask another question. How many of you remember the name of Buddha, Lord Buddha? Everybody raised their name. hands. How many of you remember Lord Jesus Christ? Everybody. How many of you remember Swami Vivekananda? Everybody. So it went on, Mahatma Gandhiji, everybody they remembered their names. Then the question of the teacher was, were they your great-grandparents or grandparents? Why do you remember their names? How is that? Did they give you property? Did they give you money? Did they give you life? No. Then how do you remember their names, whereas you don't remember your own great-grandparents? Then one of the girls stood up and told, "Sir, why should we remember them? What have they done to the society? They have done only to their family. So we don't remember them. Whereas all these people lived for the society, for others, not for themselves." So I remember one of the great sayings of Swami Vivekananda, that is, they alone live. Who was he writing this letter to? Swami Vivekananda from USA, United States of America, was writing it to the Mysore Maharaja. What was he writing? The vanities of the world are transitory. They alone live who live for others. They alone live who live for others. The rest are more dead than alive. People who live only for their own selfish ends, though we are living like vegetables. See, you don't remember your own great-grandparents' name. Maybe your children may not remember you. So, should we not be careful? As Swami Vivekananda tells, after coming to this earth, we have to leave some footsteps on the sands of history. So, the great personality whom we are here to remember, Swami Nischalananda, as his name indicates, after 100 years, we are here to remember about him, talk about him. Why is it? He didn't live for himself, not a selfish life, but for others, but for the poor, the indigent, the needy, and everybody. He lived for others. That's the reason, even after 100 years, he's still living now here in amongst us. That's why we are all remembering him. Now, let me take you to some of the things about him. In my 8 years of my stay in South Africa, I'm from India, that too from Bangalore. So I have observed with great admiration the manner in which the management, administration, and operations of the Ramakrishna Center and sub-centers of Ramakrishna Mission in South Africa, which was founded by this great personality. He was the founder and also the first president of this great institution. So, while I am observing the way it is being run so perfectly, so nicely, they are conducting themselves, all the people, so wonderfully. I was very humbled to observe the spirit and dedication with which the devotees undertake the task, the blessed task. Now, I can see the work and the foundation laid by Swami Nischalananda, which momentum is still existing in all the work he has done. So that's why we are yet remembering him, what a great task he has done. So it is really fit that we are celebrating the birth centenary celebration of a dear and revered monk, a leader and an illustrious son of South Africa. That is very, very important. Being born here with all the difficult situations and all the problems, all the challenges, he converted all that challenges and calamities and converted into opportunity and did this wonderful work in a short span of time, just 40 years. I remember one incident which took place in Bangalore. This was narrated by one famous literary figure called Dr. Kailasam. He was a great literary figure in English and Kannada language. So during the British period, when India was ruled by the British, there was the British Railway Company. So it was run by the private people. So there was one railway line between Bangalore and Chikkaballapur, a place maybe from 50 kilometers away. The train in those days, it was steam engine. So it was so slow, people could get down from the train, go buy some goods and get into the train again and then travel. Such was the speed of the train. So people were upset, fed up with the speed of the train. So this literary figure, Kailasam, wanted to teach the company. What did he do? He boarded the train, went there in Chikkaballapur in the railway station. The ticket checker came to ask, "Where is your ticket?" He gave him the ticket. That ticket checker was surprised and he was a little angry too. He asked him, "What is this? What have you done, sir?" "My dear sir, what have I done? I have got the ticket." "No, sir. In those days, I don't know whether that is present now, for children below 10 years, they used to get half ticket. The charges would be half. For the elderly, it was full charge. So you have taken a half ticket which is meant for the child, but you are a grown-up man." "Oh, what to do, sir? When I started in Bangalore, I was a small child. But by the time your train took me to this place 50 kilometers away, I have grown up. So I'm helpless. What can I do?" So that was the speed of the train. So he taught him a lesson that came out in the newspaper, and they tried to increase the speed of Chikkaballapur train. That was a different thing. Why did I narrate this? Because, like all of us, our Swami Nischalananda Ji Maharaj was not so slow, procrastinating, lazy, but he was dynamic in nature. What is the name of that? What is the meaning of that beautiful name? Nischala in Sanskrit means steady, unwavering, serene. That is the meaning of that name. And that name was that worthy name. He also was like that. Though he was very serene, unwavering, but in activity, he combined that beautiful dynamism. So we can see that when we look at the life of Swami Nischalananda, I have no doubt that the ongoing inspiration for the monumental work undertaken by the center for over 80 decades, 80 years, came from Swami Nischalananda himself. Those who have read the life of Swami Nischalananda are left wondering how much lofty ideas about spirituality, religion, administration, and organization could have entered the mind of such a young lad unless the mind itself was God-inspired. See, Swami Vivekananda in India, the then Congress government, Rajiv Gandhi ji, the Prime Minister, in 1984, if I am correct, they designated the birthday of Swami Vivekananda as the Youth Day. Even now, the January 12th is celebrated as the Youth Day because the life which he led in the just 40 years really inspired the youth. Likewise, we can see here in South Africa too, Swami Nischalananda, in that just 40 years, he achieved so many things. Although he found himself facing many challenges in his mission to become a monk in a strange land, he overcame the problems he faced in India and with confidence and dignity and integrated himself seamlessly into the Indian national life. For example, he was one of the organizers of All India Sadhu Conference, where the senior sadhus in India entrusted him with the critical role of press and public relations secretary because of his enthusiasm and dedication. In this role, he had the privilege to have interviews with some very prominent people in India. Who were there? Among them, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and Dr. Rajendra Prasad, the then Prime Minister and the President of India, were there. During his 6 year stay in India, he participated in various community outreach programs, including assisting during famine relief, establishing a school for poor children, and holding first aid and hygiene classes for local inhabitants. Swami Nischalananda's experiences in India are well documented. While working with different organizations in India, he realized this exposure would provide him with best experience for his future work in South Africa. Upon his return to South Africa, Swami Nischalananda went about setting up with single-minded dedication the structures which gave birth to the Vedanta movement in South Africa. Our esteemed speakers, I'm sure, will touch further upon these subjects. The devotees undertaking the centenary celebrations are indeed blessed, not only to pay tribute to such a spiritual giant, but also to be part of an organization that brought the life-giving message of Sri Ramakrishna, Mother Sharada Devi, and Swami Vivekananda to the shores of South Africa. I pray that Lord Ramakrishna bless all those who are associated with undertaking the centenary celebrations to perpetuate the memory of a visionary whose strength and courage touched the lives of so many in South Africa. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sri Ramakrishna Arpanamastu.
Thank you, revered Maharaj, for those encouraging and inspiring words and always sharing those interesting anecdotes. Sisters and brothers, I now invite our next speaker, revered Pravrajika Ishtaprana Mataji, the spiritual head of the Sri Sharda Devi Ashram, to address us. Mataji.
Om Aim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Shri Ramakrishnaya Namaha. Revered Swami Swatma Ramananji Maharaj and other revered guests here today, dear sisters, brothers, and loving children, Om Namo Narayanaya. I feel very blessed and honored to speak about our revered Gurudev, Sri Swami Nischalananda Maharaj, the first holy person I met when I was 6 years old. Sri Swami Nischalananda Maharaj, respectfully known as Gurudev, was the founder and first president of the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa. He was born on 22nd July 1925 in Newcastle, Northern Natal. Gurudev recalls how, even as a young boy, he felt love and compassion for those that were less privileged. His heart pained for the poor, and the very sight of them would make him cry. Gurudev would give food and clothes. The works of Swami Vivekananda and about Holy Mother, he felt a deep spiritual awakening and knew that he had a special mission to fulfill in his life. Practical and profound teachings like each soul is potentially divine, service to man is worship of God, and the idea of worshiping the living God in the poor and the destitute appealed to him. Gurudev was only 17 years old when he founded the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa in 1942. At that time, the Hindus in South Africa were losing faith in their religion and were confused about the methods of worshipping God. They were ashamed of our age-old traditions and even felt embarrassed to put their palms together to greet each other. To help the Hindus of South Africa, Gurudev knew that he must go to India. He was filled with strength and confidence when he had a wonderful vision of Swami Vivekananda, who assured him that he would go to India. Gurudev sailed for India on 4th February 1948, promising to return to South Africa to serve his country. There is no doubt that our master Sri Ramakrishna guided Gurudev. In one of his poems, Gurudev wrote, "Do you see how he has draped the lotus of my heart with his eternal presence? He awaits no invitation, friend. Like a monarch, he has seated himself in the inner cavity of my being and holds the bridle of my senses in his hands. And whither he directs me, there I must go." A new chapter now began in Gurudev's life. He arrived at Belur Mutt, that is the head of the headquarters of the Ramakrishna Mutt and Mission, and there he met revered Swami Virajanandji Maharaj, the 6th president of the Ramakrishna order. Revered Maharaj was the disciple of Sri Sharda Devi and received sannyasa from Sri Swami Vivekananda. Swami Virajanandji Maharaj initiated Gurudev and gave him the name Brahmachari Jairam. As Gurudev had promised to return to South Africa to serve his people, unfortunately, he could not be a monk of the Ramakrishna order then. With the blessings of his Guru, he left the mutt and, traveling on foot along the banks of the Ganges, he reached the sacred cave called Vashishta Guha. This is an ancient cave north of Rishikesh, where the great sage Vashishta had performed severe tapasya, the spiritual son of our master, Sri Ramakrishna. Swami Purushottanandaji was a spiritual giant who practiced rigorous sadhana, that is spiritual practices, and lived in this secluded cave where many wild animals roamed about. Gurudev said, "When I saw this silver-bearded man, I knew that I had met my Guru, my spiritual teacher." The beautiful and serene atmosphere of the cave near the banks of the river Ganga is conducive to practicing meditation. The mind automatically becomes calm and concentrates on the divine within. Sri Swami Purushottanandaji recognized the spiritual potentials of young Gurudev and initiated him into sannyasa, giving him the name Swami Nischalananda, bliss in the immovable. Directed by his Guru, Swami Nischalananda traveled penniless on foot throughout the length and breadth of India. Although it was a life of constant struggle, he was determined to fulfill his mission. His single-minded devotion and enthusiasm enabled him to overcome all obstacles. Gurudev spent 6 years in India, dedicating himself to the upliftment of the poor. He returned to South Africa on 30th September 1953 at the age of 28, bringing a message of hope, faith, and love. People in their thousands welcomed this great soul, the first South African to be initiated as a monk. Being divinely illumined himself, he was now able to give light to others. The arrival of Swami Nischalanandaji heralded a new epoch of spiritual renaissance never seen before among the Hindus in South Africa. Inspired by his dynamic personality, his amazing oratory, tireless work, and compassionate heart, other Hindu organizations awoke to the crying need of the Hindus and looked to the center for methods of propagating Hinduism. Swami Vivekananda had said, "Africa needs a perfect man. We will have to wait until we find a perfect man, as it is not easy to work in Africa." Swami Nischalananda Maharaj was that perfect man chosen by our master. Being a South African, he understood the needs of the people here and guided them. I clearly remember the day when we went to meet Gurudev at the Amgeni Road temple when I was 6 years old. It was the first time that we saw one in ochre robes. His penetrating eyes, his powerful voice, and divine nature left a permanent impression on anyone who met him even once. Sri Ramakrishna says, "He who wants God finds him." Go and verify it in your own life. Try for 3 days with genuine zeal, and you are sure to succeed. Putting this teaching effectively into practice, Gurudev initiated yoga camps, which are now called Vedanta retreats. The retreats give devotees an opportunity to dedicate themselves completely to God and constantly remind us that the goal of life is God realization. Gurudev held these spiritual retreats over 2 to 3 days in Tongat near the motivating them to learn. In those days, Gurudev and later revered Swami Shivapadananji Maharaj, the second president of the center, conducted the entire retreat. They taught us many spiritual practices, that is, japa and meditation, guided us on our sadhana, and inspired us to sing. Their rich voices, charged with spirituality, reverberated the entire atmosphere, and everyone was held spellbound. People were mesmerized to hear the age-old spiritual truths of the Upanishads being broadcast once more. The shrine used to be a huge marquee in which there was a big picture of Sri Ramakrishna decorated with flowers, and there was the sweet fragrance of incense burning. The spiritual ambience uplifted the minds of all present. When we got up at 4 a.m., Gurudev would already be lighting the fire for early morning tea or coffee. We used to hear his resonant voice chanting the mantras before lighting the fire. The program included meditation, chanting, singing, talks, likit japa, that is writing the name of the Lord, silent reading, and other spiritual practices. During karma yoga time, during activity time, different people were given different duties, like cleaning the vegetables, ensuring that the shrine was spick and span and meticulously clean, washing dishes, or preparing for the evening bonfire. On the last night, we had Ganga Puja. Boats were made using the Likit Japa pages, and each person would light his or her lamp in the paper boat and let it flow into the river, while bhajans and kirtans, devotional songs, were being sung with great enthusiasm. The sight was absolutely divine. Thus, at the retreats, we learnt about all 4 yogas: Karma Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, and Raja Yoga. The unusual peace was indescribable, as this was the first time that we were exposed to these spiritual practices. As Sri Ramakrishna says, without God, everything is zero. The great sacrifice made by Gurudev that Hindus in South Africa benefited. Being a true karma yogi, Gurudev worked tirelessly without seeking any reward. He had planted many beautiful seeds in the form of all the activities at the ashrama. Now, all of these have become like huge banyan trees, giving shelter and comfort to many underprivileged persons and to those seeking God. We also benefit by participating in these selfless services, which purify our hearts and minds and allow us to evolve. It will be, alas, for ages to come. The earth's best, bravest will have to sacrifice themselves for the good of the many, for the welfare of all. Few and far between are these rare glowing lights that brighten up the world and give us hope and courage. Gurudev's brilliant light continues to radiate all around, stimulating our progress. We noticed that both Gurudev and later my Guruji, Sri Swami Shivapadananji Maharaj, hardly slept. They were awake almost all night, and whenever people needed them, they were available. Gurudev became a guiding light to all who came to him, giving them comfort and knowledge. He protected Hindus and gave us back our lost dignity by clearing doubts and giving correct interpretations to spiritual questions. His pure life, renunciation, and selflessness made him a perfect example to follow. Gurudev's surrender to God can best be described in his own words. He wrote a poem. I feel thy eternal presence ever within and without me, O Divine Spirit. May thy love ever shine in the inner sanctuary of my heart. I keep the altar of my heart empty, O Lord, that you may enter it. I consecrate my body and my mind unto you. The innumerable noble activities that Gurudev initiated included weekly satsangs, that is prayer services, and for the first time, Hindus of all linguistic groups prayed together. Gurudev held educational and religious workshops, scriptural classes, and distributed food hampers to the poor. An important celebration was the annual Children's Cultural Festival, then known as the Rally, which attracted thousands of people. Singing and chanting the sweet name of Sri Ram, thousands of us marched through the streets of Durban with colorful banners led by a vibrant brigade, and we felt proud to be Hindus. Implanting the name of God in the minds of children, and established the Ramakrishna Children's Club throughout South Africa. When we went recently to Johannesburg and Cape Town to collect funds in the late 1980s, there was no one who did not know Gurudev or who had not participated in the children's program. Today, many children write examinations on Hinduism annually. Spiritual knowledge empowers them to face challenges boldly and deepens their faith in God and in themselves. Gurudev founded the Ramakrishna Clinic, which brings comfort to hundreds of patients even today. Gurudev published the Jyoti magazine books, books on Hatha Yoga and other literature to promote Hinduism. In those days, there were no computers, so we can imagine how hard Gurudev had to work for many hours to print the magazine that taught many valuable lessons. He also envisaged the Deepika magazine for children. Today, the Sri Sharda Devi Ashram has been publishing the Deepika for many years, and today grew under the guidance of Gurudev, a multifaceted genius who awakened God consciousness in the hearts of all. Those who came to him felt consoled by his inspiring and encouraging words. He had the rare ability to read into one's innermost thoughts and guided each one according to his or her own nature. He had a dynamic personality. He was a poet, a singer, and was a superb and vibrant orator, broadcasting the Upanishadic message of fearlessness. Gurudev could deliver a sermon of tremendous power and profundity, and at the next moment, he could laugh like a child at the simplest of things. The Sharada Ramakrishna ashramas are a great blessing of Sri Ramakrishna to the people of South Africa and stand as living memories of this great soul, Sri Swami Nischalananda ji. Gurudev purchased the ashramal property where the Sri Sharda Devi Ashram, it was called the Sri Sharda Devi Ashram, which became autonomous in 2005. It is an ashrama for nuns. Gurudev lived Swami Vivekananda's vibrant saying, "Arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached." To continue the great work begun by Swami Nischalananda, the center was affiliated with the worldwide Ramakrishna Math and Ramakrishna Mission, Belur Math, which was founded by Swami Vivekananda. It was a great day in the history of the center as the affiliation allows many devotees to receive initiation, thereby helping them to progress on life's journey. Gurudev's writings clearly indicate that he felt the living presence of God. In his poem, he writes, "There is nowhere that thou art not. I see thee roll with the waves and rustle with the leaves. Thou art in the smiles of the sun and the twinkling of the stars. I feel thy consciousness in the vastness of the universe. O Divine Spirit, thou hast filled me within and without. I am beyond body and thought, and I am submerged in thy eternal light. I hear thy cosmic song, thy Om. I am no more the little bubble that dances on the lake. I am dissolving in thy cosmic consciousness. I am Om." We can help bring the brilliant light blazing. We can help to keep the brilliant light blazing through our sadhana, our spiritual practices, attending satsangs, and assisting in the activities of the ashramas. Attending satsangs regularly and being involved in the ashram activities add a new meaning to life. We feel the presence of God within our hearts and our lives become transformed. Selfless activities for the good of all give us infinite peace and contentment. May the blessings of our Holy Trinity always guide us forward. Hari Om Tat Sat. Shri Ram Krishna Arpanam Astu.
Thank you, Mataji, for those inspiring words and expanding on some of those historical moments from Gurudev's Africa. I now call upon revered Maharaj to present Mataji with a small token of appreciation. There was a holy man who used to live in a state of ecstasy and would not speak to anyone. He was regarded as a lunatic. One day, having begged for some food in the village, he took his seat by the side of a dog and fell to eating. A strange sight now presented itself and attracted a crowd of people, for the holy man would put one morsel of food into his own mouth and the next into that of the dog, so that the man and the beast were eating together, like a pair of friends. Some of the spectators began to laugh at the holy man as being a mad fellow. Thereupon, the holy man said, "Why do you laugh? Vishnu is seated with Vishnu. Vishnu is feeding Vishnu. Why do you laugh, O Vishnu? Whatever is Vishnu." Sisters and brothers, I now present to you the devotees and youth of the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa to render a song on Swami Nischalananda.
मण्डलाकारं व्याप्तं येन चराचरं तत्पदं दर्शितं येन तस्मै श्री गुरवे नमः। भजो प्यारे भायो गुरु शरणं, भजो प्यारे भायो गुरु शरणं, भजो प्यारे भायो गुरु शरणं, शिवा शरणं गुरु शरणं, शिवा शरणं गुरु शरणं, शिवा शरणं गुरु शरणं, शिवा शरणं। भजो प्यारे भायो गुरु शरणं, भजो प्यारे भायो गुरु शरणं। गुरु हमारे निश्चलानंदा, गुरु हमारे निश्चलानंदा, भगवान हमारे राम कृष्ण, भगवान हमारे राम कृष्ण। गुरु हमारे निश्चलानंदा, भगवान हमारे राम कृष्ण। गुरु हमारे निश्चलानंदा, भगवान हमारे राम कृष्ण, भगवान हमारे राम कृष्ण।
apologies for that melodious bhajan. Sisters and brothers, we will now move to the keynote address for this morning. It is our privilege to have with us His Excellency, the High Commissioner of South Africa to India, Professor Anil Suklal. Professor Anil Suklal is the Ambassador of South Africa to India, Nepal, and Bangladesh, and took office in October 2024, marking 30 years of bilateral relations with the countries. He is the first person of Indian descent to hold this role. With a diplomatic career spanning nearly 3 decades, Ambassador Suklal has held senior roles in the Department of International Relations and Cooperation, including Deputy Director General for Asia and the Middle East. He has represented South Africa globally as a G20 and BRICS Sherpa, and served as ambassador to the EU, Belgium, and Luxembourg, with postings in Geneva and New Delhi. He played a key role in the landmark 2023 BRICS Summit, which saw the bloc expand to include 6 new member states, one of the most significant moments in the BRICS history. An accomplished academic, Ambassador Suklal holds multiple honorary titles, has published over 50 articles and 2 books, and has also received many prestigious honors, including previously only awarded to Nelson Mandela. Ambassador Suklal is a true statesman and a bridge builder, dedicated to advancing South Africa's global partnerships. I now invite Professor Suklal to deliver the keynote address.
Om Namo Narayanaya. Prem Namaste to one and all of you. Revered Swami Swatma Ramananda ji, our revered Pravarajika Ishtaprana Mataji, Mr. Jagdish Gangadin, it's a great privilege for me to be to celebrate one of the stalwarts of our community, period of, I think, a month, and saying that I must come and speak at the centenary celebrations of Swami Nischalananda. And I kept saying to Swamiji, I'll check my diary, and I will come back. But he was extremely, and making me part of this very esteemed celebration. And I must thank you and the Ramakrishna Center for organizing this centenary celebration. I think very often we tend not to celebrate those that have sacrificed so much. There have been towering individuals that sometimes go unrecognized and uncelebrated. And I think Swami Nischalananda is one of those. And I think it's rightful that we bring to the fore the remarkable contribution he made to our country, to our community, and to all of us. He did not pull his punches where principles were concerned, with the result that many people misunderstood him. Oh, how can a sannyasi do this, and how can a teacher do that? To him, it mattered nothing. What mattered was only principle. If the principle was right, he was just like a bulldozer. And I think that particular aspect was needed then in South Africa. You will agree with me. Being depressed by these so-called color bars, apartheid, we were made so weak and limp, like jellyfish. I am now talking especially about the Indians of South Africa. They needed someone with guts. They needed someone who could display the strength of a Superman. And I tell you this, I found in this particular, he did not care. In 2 seconds, he'd take off his monastic garb, respectfully put it in a clean place, and put on long pants, and then go and meet the government officials on behalf of his people. He didn't care about putting on long pants and walking into the bushes with his dog to cut some wood for the fire. He did not care if others criticized him when he had to help a man. So you see, my guru was like this. If he saw a suffering man, he did not care. Why did he not care? Because he knew fully well his conscience was clear, very clear. So clear that it made him so brave that he actually traced its roots to the Bhagavad Gita, where Lord Krishna says, "You have to be fearless, taking your stand on me." And all South Africans can never deny this of that great soul, that unshakable, the immovable Nischalananda. These are the words of his most ardent disciple, his Chapatanandaji. I didn't have the blessings or the privilege of touching the feet of Swami Nischalanandaji. I knew of him as a little boy and a student. But in touching the feet of who I considered my guru in my student days, Swami Shiva Padanandaji, I knew I touched the feet of Swami Nischalanandaji as well. I think we have been given a good disposition of the life of Swami Nischalanandaji by both Swamiji and Mataji. I'm not going to go much into that. But I don't think you can speak about Swami Nischalanandaji today without contextualizing his life and what he experienced during that period. He was the son of a Girmitya, like most of us. He came to his life's dream, like most of us, our great-grandparents and parents that came here. And I think it's important when you speak of the Indian community of South Africa that we record the history of the great personalities that are lost and not even recorded in the pages of our history since the arrival of Indians here from 1860 onwards. Very often when you speak of the Indian community of South Africa, it is unfortunately overshadowed by Gandhiji. Of course, Gandhiji was a larger-than-life person. But without the Girmitya community being in South Africa, there would be no Gandhiji today. That's a fact. The only reason Gandhiji came here is because you had a Girmitya community here. And I think it's important for us to distinguish between the journey of Gandhiji in South Africa and the journey of the Girmitya community, which is the journey of Swami Nischalananda as well, without minimizing one or the other. They are both equally important. But as I've said, by the time Gandhiji arrived in South Africa in 1893, some 33 years after the first global pressure, and in 1835, the first Girmityas were sent out to Mauritius as enslaved labor, but gave them a title of indentured labor. And later on, they spread these laborers throughout the empire. They were nothing but a new form of slavery. In the short time that I've been in India, I think I've spoken at about 6 conferences focused on the Indian diaspora and specifically the Girmitya community. At the University of Delhi, Jawaharlal Nehru University, Kolkata University, Pune, Chandigarh, there's a great deal of interest, especially after Prime Minister Modi at this year Pravasi Bharatiya Divas in Odisha. During his speech, dedicated a substantial part of his speech, especially to the Girmitya community for the first time ever. And he made some firm proposals about the need to study the history of the Girmityas, the suffering they undertook, and to record that history through documentaries, through books, and he even proposed the convening of a global Girmitya community. I'm saying all of this because he started his quest during the time of South Africa being under the British rule, when apartheid was starting to entrench and apartheid was institutionalized. Now, Mataji mentioned here that Hindus were confused and even ashamed to to worship. Who created that confusion? Who created that shame? Not us. Not us, because what we brought from sustained them during the dark days of indenture when they were treated like slaves. When I went to Kolkata University for that conference, they took us to the My Bap Gat. It was very emotional because I've been to Senegal, Gorée Island, and I've been to Ghana, Cape Coast, the point where Africans were shipped as slaves to the USA. And I had first-hand knowledge. I visited these cells. That when the Indians came to South Africa, it was soon after India's first war of independence, the so-called Sepoy Mutiny of 1857. And many of the villages where Indians were drawn from, we were always told that these were poor Indians seeking better pastures that came to South Africa and went to the other lands. That is a lie that's been put out by Western writers. I was at a conference recently in Puri. It was decolonization and the global south. And what I said there, yes, we have been decolonized as countries under colonial rule, but our minds haven't been decolonized, and we need to work on that. What did the British do? Not only did they ship us out and got our great-great-grandparents to work as slaves, but they also demeaned their religion. They demeaned the culture. They made them feel ashamed of who they are, of the language, the culture, the religion. Referred to them as heathens, as idol worshippers, and send evangelical Christians to go and convert them. In 1948, when the Dutch Reformed Church was made as part of the state religion, conversion of the Indian community, you can read it. There's a book called The Broederbond. There's a whole chapter there on the Indian question. And what did they say? Go and Christianize the Indians. 95% of the Indians that came to South Africa were Hindu. Today we are about 40%. Why? If Swami Nischalananda was living today, do you think he would be happy? And we are partly to blame for that. Nurture young people. We remain in positions till we die, holding on to organizations. I see many of my colleagues here who we were as students, who founded the Hindu Students Association way back when we were students. It became a powerful force where the youth saw what was wrong in our society and took the lead. And this is what you saw in Swami Nischalananda. A young boy, at the age of 10, he started reading Vivekananda. He did not have a guru because there were no Swamis here. You must also understand that India was the first country to impose sanctions on South Africa, rightfully so, against the apartheid regime. In 1946, India imposed economic sanctions on South Africa, even before it got its own independence. And thereafter, it applied comprehensive sanctions, the first country globally to do that, to isolate South Africa. But the unintended consequence of that isolation of South Africa was the isolation of the Indian community, and not just the Indian community, more specifically the Hindu community. Because Christian evangelicals could come from the rest of the world, Muslim priests and imams could come from the Middle East, from Pakistan, and preach their religion. But Hindus were denied that right to have the Swamis, to have the priests, to come here and nurture the society. So it was a concerted attack on the entire edifice of the Hindu community. And it is in this environment that you got a Swami Nischalananda rising and fired with this deep passion that I want to do something for my community. He didn't have guidance, as I said. He didn't have a guru. He had the priests of the temple to guide him, but that was not enough. As a young boy, he was fired with the zeal. One is reminded so much of the life of Sri Ramakrishna. You know, when I speak of Sri Ramakrishna and the Ramakrishna Center, so much that I am today is because of this Ramakrishna Center. It is because of foot in an ashram in South Africa. because I had an assignment. My wife here knows it was on Neo-Hinduism. And I took a drive to the Ramakrishna ashram, and I didn't know about a brahmachari then. I saw this young man draped in white garb, and I learned his name was Brother Balan. And I told him I'm a student and I have this assignment and I need to use the library. It was a very nice library in Avoca. And we had a long discussion. And then he left me to use the library. And he came back after half an hour and he said, next week it's Shivaratri and we're having a big celebration here. And for the Shivaratri. And I said, I have never spoken in public. I don't think I can do this. I'm merely a student. He said, no, you will do it. So of course, I had to do it. I couldn't say no to Brother Balan then and indirectly to Swamiji. So I came. I prepared a speech and came to the Avoca ashram on Shivaratri and delivered the speech. And it was the first time I spoke in public. And I am what I am today because of that first instance that was given to me. It was the desire of the Master that I start this journey. And I got to meet Swamiji and became a regular visitor to both the Avoca ashram and Sharda Devi. Mataji dear knows very well. And when I finished my master's degree and was deciding to study for my PhD, I came to Swami Shivapadanandaji and I said, I want to do my PhD on the Ramakrishna movement in South Africa. And he asked me why. I said, because I'm fascinated, firstly by Swami Vivekananda and of course, Sri Ramakrishna and Sri Sharda Devi. And I cannot think of any other organization that I would want to delve in deeper. And given what the Ramakrishna Center has done for South Africa, then he told me it's fine. If that's what you want to do, we will give you all the support. I went to India armed with a letter from Swami Shivapadanandaji. And he told me, when you get to Mumbai, because those days you had to fly to Mumbai, he said, go to the Kara ashram. And incidentally, when Swami Nischalananda left South Africa, his first point of reference, when he landed, he was taken to the Kara ashram. That's where he spent his first week before he moved on to Bulay Mat. So I got to Kara ashram at about 5 in the morning. I landed and took a taxi, and I had this letter, and I saw one of the brahmacharis there. I said, I want to meet the Swamiji. Then they asked, who am I? I said, I'm from South Africa. I have a letter from Swami Shivapadanandaji addressed to the Swamiji. So they said, Swamiji is in meditation. It was 5 in the morning. Wait, when he's finished, he will come. So at about 6:30, Swamiji came, and I gave him the letter. He read it. Then he called the brahmachari, and he said, take him and give him a room. They gave me a very nice room at the ashram. I spent 10 days there using the library and interviewing many. And again, it was Swami Shivapadanandaji and the Ramakrishna Center, because I visited about 12 Ramakrishna ashrams in the 2 months that I spent in India, interviewing even Swami Ranganathananda in Hyderabad. And I stayed in most of these ashrams. In Calcutta, I spent 2 weeks. Some of you will recall Lakshmi Didi and Sri Awasti from the Vivekananda Kendra. They took good care of me. In Calcutta, I stayed at Vivekananda Kendra for 2 weeks. And when I went to Kanyakumari, I stayed at Vivekananda Kendra. Lakshmi Didi took great care of me. I'm giving you these recollections of just how deep an imprint the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa has on my life and how it shaped me. And I am so grateful that we had someone as towering as Swami Nischalananda to set up the first ashram here, sacrificing so much. I mean, you are aware of his life in Seaview, Newcastle first. And I always wondered why there was such interest from people in Ladysmith, Newcastle, Dunhauser, when we should come to the ashram. There'll always be devotees. And I recall Nilistra and I, we were asked to come and adjudicate at the yoga camp they have for children. I don't know if it still annually happens in Newcastle. And I realized just how much of fervor there was in that part of KwaZulu-Natal for the Ramakrishna mission because of Swami Nischalananda. He was one of their own, and they owned him, rightfully so. And we must thank that community for giving us a Swami Nischalananda. And when he moved to Seaview, of course, he continued this quest of trying to find God. And many saw this young boy behaving very strangely, and many said he's mad. And I'm reminded of Sri Ramakrishna's life, when he was crying out daily, wanting to see the mother at Dakshineshwar. And every day that passed, he would cry and weep inconsolably, because another day has passed and I have not seen the mother. And they started calling him mad. And his answer was a perfect answer. He said, yes, we are all mad. Some of us are mad for money, some is madness for God. He would very often walk by himself, go into the bushes to meditate for hours, and even his parents got worried. What is wrong with our son behaving this way? But that's how deep the passion was within him. And he started communication with the Ramakrishna mission in India because his deep desire was to go to the Himalayas, to go to the rishis and find his guru there. That was the driving force in him. But at the same time, he realized that he needed to organize himself, and as was mentioned by Swamiji and Mataji, he started the Ramakrishna Center here in 1942. It had to be called a center because of the sanctions. It couldn't be part of the Ramakrishna mission. The Ramakrishna mission couldn't recognize a mission here in South Africa because of sanctions. So creatively, it was called the center. But they were fully aware of the work that he was doing, and he received the blessing of the monks there in the letters that he exchanged. And finally, they told him, you must complete your education. So from Seaview, and if you know, Seaview is quite a distance. The only school he could go to was Sastry College to complete his schooling. Now, it's interesting that he was a student of Sastry College. Just before I left for India in September, the alumni of Sastry College hosted a dinner, lunch for my wife and I. And during that lunch, they said, look, in 2029, the school will be 100 years. And Sastry College, as you know, is an institution. Many of our ministers, our leaders of the Indian community, all were nurtured and nourished at Sastry College. And they said to me, we have lost contact with the Sastry family. Please, when you go to India, try and find the family, because we want to make contact with the family so that when we celebrate the 100th anniversary, we want representatives of the family here. When I went to the embassy, I asked one of my officials, I said, I want you to trace the history of Sastry. He's somewhere in South India, either in Andhra Pradesh or Tamil Nadu. And I kept asking a number of Girmitya organizations that I had interaction with. Until 2 weeks ago, I was in Puri for the literary festival, which was co-hosted by the Ministry of Culture. And at the closing ceremony, the professor from the Ministry of Culture was sitting next to me, and he said, look, he'd like to come and meet me when we're back in Delhi. So he came to meet me at the embassy, and we started talking about how we could enhance cultural cooperation between ourselves. And then I told him, by the way, I am looking for this family. It's called the Sastry family, and he spent 3 years here. But in the short time that he was here, he built the first high school for Indians in South Africa. So this school wants to make contact with him. So he told me, leave it to me. Within 1 day, I will give you an answer. By that afternoon, he sent me the phone number of the great Lepo when I go back, and I've put them in touch with the school. And just 3 days ago, I got a phone call when I arrived in South Africa on Wednesday evening, quite late. They were excited because 3 of the great-great-grandchildren were together in Mylapore, one of whom is now the Advocate General of Tamil Nadu. The other is an actor in Tamil cinema, and the other is quite an esteemed gentleman in society. Even Shashi Tharoor, some of you will know him, who's chair of the, he's a member of Congress, former deputy minister, and now chair of the Foreign Affairs Portfolio Committee, is connected to the family. And I'm making this point in that the history of Swami Nischalananda and him being educated in Sastri and us discovering these linkages and bringing that history to the fore, I think it's important for us as a community not to forget our history and those that laid the foundations so that we can be what we are today as the Hindu community of South Africa. Of course, Swami Nischalananda went to India, found his guru, Swami Purushottananda. First, as I said, from Kar, he moved to Belur Math. He was told that he cannot be guaranteed that he'll become a monk of the order and that he'll return to South Africa because he made a vow. When he got onto the ship, and of course he went to Vashishta Goa, met his guru, was initiated into Brahmacharya, and came back later on initiated into sannyas with his fellow God brothers, and spent several years traveling within India and playing a very prominent role as a leader. But while he was there, this center that he started having challenges. And this is the sickness that we have in South Africa amongst our own organizations. As a religious organization, we're supposed to be selfless because that's what Swami Vivekananda told us. In order to know God, worship man, serve man. But within our own organizations, within our own community, that confusion, that shame, that is imposed on ourselves. And as I said, had Swami Nischalananda been living today, what would be his assessment of the Hindu community in South Africa? And I can tell you, he will not be happy. And you know the reasons why. You know the reasons why. We are a powerful community. Our great-great-grandparents came here penniless, and they laid a solid foundation. They brought the culture, they brought the tradition, they brought the religion. They built hundreds of temples with that pennies that they earned, the sacrifice they made, so that the Hindu edifice of South Africa is strong, and it forms an integral fabric of this multicultural, fantastic society that we are as South Africans. So we need to look at our own history and the role we are playing. Are we nurturing a young generation of future leaders in our community? I don't think so. That group of us that were students, we are fired with a zeal. And we did make a difference. Those that are sitting here will agree with me. And we need to revisit what is it that we need to do to reinvigorate and energize our youth, not only for the benefit of the Hindu community, but for the benefit of larger South African society that is ailing today. South Africa should not be in the position it is in today, where we are. This is a powerful country. It's God's own country in terms of the resources, in terms of the people. But it can't be that we are growing at 0.5% when we should be growing at 5%. And we all need to ask ourselves, what is it we are doing wrong? A few days ago, I was watching the World Relay Championships, where South Africa won. First African country to win the 4x100 relay and the 4x400, 2 gold medals. And I turned to Nilistra and I said, how is it you can win the Rugby World Cup more than once? You can win the World Relay Championships. Your cricket team is amongst the best in the world. How is that possible? Because the 4 runners that we put on the team are the best talent we have in this country. We didn't put duds there to go and run that race. We put our best talent there. And that is why they brought back gold. Our rugby team, we put our best talent forward. So they became world champions. The same of our cricket team and other dimensions of South African life. We are a country blessed with creative people. and with people that are capable. So if we have the right people, this country will go forward. And this is the dream of Swami Nischalananda. This is why he sacrificed. He sacrificed so that we can enjoy today. So let us, and I would say, Swamiji, going forward, I don't know how we remember his name, whether we have some hall or some edifice named after him. Swami Nischalananda's name must be taken forward as part of our history. It shouldn't be lost in the pages that it's been lost in. He was persecuted by his own community, as is always the case, but he rose above that. He rose above that because, as Swami Shivapadananda ji said, he was a man of principle. And it was that was his guiding light, to serve all of his people, not just the Hindu community. I mean, all the work that the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa does, or the Ramakrishna Mission globally, it's about service to humanity. That is the basic principle. That is why Swami Vivekananda said, to know God, be pure and do good. To know God, you must worship the Daridrya Narayanas. That is the motto of the Ramakrishna Mission. And the Ramakrishna Mission has to play a larger life in reshaping the community in South Africa. Modi ji went to the Ramakrishna Mission when he wanted to become a monk, and they told him you have a different purpose in life. That's the fate he had and still have in this organization. You are a powerful organization. You have to be at the epicenter of providing leadership to us. That's my appeal to you. It pains me to see the state of our community today. We come from an ancient civilization, an ancient culture. We are the sons and daughters of rishis. We are the sons and daughters of Swami Nischalananda. Let us shine his torch bright throughout South Africa. I must, in closing, also remember Swami Shivapadananda ji, because Swami Nischalananda ji saw in him someone that will continue to build the edifice of the Ramakrishna Mission in South Africa. And I was very privileged to sit at his feet on numerous occasions and to be guided by him. And as we remember the Guru, let us remember the Chela as well. I also must pay tribute to Swami Premananda, who in the early days did so much in terms of nourishing me. And not last, I must also pay tribute to Pravarajika Atma Prana Didi. She also gave so much to us. She also gave so much to us. So I've come here, Swamiji, and to my dear sisters and brothers to say, this is a glorious day for us. This is a glorious day for us to celebrate the life of one of the most astute sons of South Africa, someone who laid the foundation, not just of the Ramakrishna Mission, but against very difficult conditions, he built and nurtured the Hindu society, and we are today because of what he sacrificed. So let us continue shining the torch on the life of Swami Nischalananda ji, and let it nourish us and continue to inspire us. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Professor Suklal, for those absolutely heartfelt and thought-provoking words. Truly rousing, and it's just so inspiring to hear the incidents in your life as well. I now call upon our revered Maharaj to present Professor Suklal with a small token of appreciation.
Thank you, Swamiji. That stole that I have placed on Swamiji is for Mahakumbh Mela. When my wife and I went to Mahakumbh Mela, we were given these stalls, and I have one for Mataji as well. And I said to Nilistra that this is something that I will bring back for Swamiji. You know, the beauty of the Mahakumbh Mela and the beauty of what Sri Aurobindo and Swami Vivekananda envisaged. Sri Aurobindo said, the rise of India is the rise of Sanatana Dharma. Swami Vivekananda, when he sat on the rock in Kanyakumari, he envisaged the glorious, resplendent India, then already. And that is what we are seeing in India today. We had over 600 million people, over 3 million foreigners coming through the Triveni Sangam. India was the epicenter of peace and prosperity and harmony, bringing people of all faiths, of all religions to Prayagraj. And that is the legacy that Swami Nischalananda was postulating, which we see in India today. The dream of Vivekananda, the dream of Aurobindo, the dream of Sri Ramakrishna Ji. Thank you. Namaskar.
Thank you once again, Professor Suklal. Sisters and brothers, we now move to a very important part of this morning's celebration. This morning we have in our midst a few very blessed senior devotees who had the privilege of having met Swami Nischalananda and had an association with him over several years. Amongst them, we have Mr. Krishna Naidu, the pre-monastic brother of Swami Nischalananda. The Swami Nischalananda Centenary Celebrations Committee recognizes their association with Gurudev and wishes to present them with a small token to mark this very special occasion. I now call upon our revered Maharaj to do the presentations. I also now invite our guest artists to come to stage and prepare for the cultural program. The first presentation will be to Mr. Krishna Naidu. The next presentation is to Mr. Purnalingam Mudli. Next, we have Dr. Tilavel Naidu. Next, Mr. Ganesh Pillai. Mrs. V.G. Pillai. Ms. V.G. Pillai. Vijay. Mr. Krish Sahai. And then finally, Mr. Nandkumar Hiralal. Sisters and brothers, another round of applause for all of our senior devotees. Thank you, Maharaj. Sisters and brothers, we have truly been treated this morning to some inspiring words from our speakers, reminding us of the message of Gurudev and reaffirming our resolve to carry on his legacy. And while words carry tremendous power, music too has the ability to stir our hearts and touch our souls. This morning, we are going to embark on a journey through the profound realms of Indian classical and fusion music, a tradition that transcends mere performance to become a spiritual odyssey. Rooted in ancient scriptures such as the Vedas, this music was conceived not just as art, but as a path to inner awakening. Sisters and brothers, we are indeed fortunate to have with us three truly distinguished guests and artists from India to enthrall and captivate us this morning. I once again extend a special welcome on behalf of the Swami Nischalananda Centenary Celebrations Committee to Shri Annada Prasanna Patnaik, Shri Varun Pradeep, and Shri Venkatesh DC, and express our gratitude to you all for being present with us. Thank you. Shri Annada Prasanna Patnaik, fondly known as Bhutto, is a globally acclaimed flute maestro from Kiriburu, Odisha, India. A child prodigy who gave his first solo performance at the age of 7, Bhutto began playing the bamboo flute at 4, later training under Prof. M. Patnaik and the legendary Pandit Hari Prasad Chaurasia. He holds a Sangeet Visharada Purna degree with distinction from Prashin Kala Kendra. With a career spanning many continents, he has represented India in over a dozen countries and served as a visiting professor at the University of Colorado, Boulder, and is a member of the International School of Theatre Anthropology in Denmark. A prolific artist, Bhutto has recorded expanding horizons. Deeply committed to teaching, he mentors students globally and weaves music into yoga, meditation, and inner awareness. As Bhutto himself beautifully puts it, I allow music to come through me. If it touches your heart, I am fulfilled. More than me, the music is fulfilled. Our next artist this morning is Shri Varun Pradeep. Varun Pradeep is a dynamic and versatile musician, composer, arranger, singer, pianist, and audio technologist, whose work spans many continents and genres. With collaborations across India and nearly 20 countries, he has become a passionate ambassador for world music. Currently active as a music director, programmer, arranger, and mixing mastering engineer, Varun contributes to a wide range of projects, including albums, documentaries, TV series, theatre, and films. His mixing work on the documentary song Kape Raga earned global recognition, winning the Green Oscars at Jackson Wild, USA. And he was recently named the Best Mixing Engineer at the Clef Music Awards 2024 in Mumbai. Driven by a deep passion for sound, Varun is known for blending diverse musical influences into a unique and innovative style, making him a trailblazer in contemporary music. Our final artist this morning is Shri Venkatesh DC. Venkatesh DC, fondly known as Venki, is a renowned tabla virtuoso, composer, educator, and multi-instrumentalist based in Bangalore. A versatile artist, he also shines as a playback singer, arranger, keyboardist, and audio engineer, heading Sur Productions. His voice has reached wide audiences through films like Kantara and Sharkari Hiraya Pratamika Shale. Rooted in Indian classical music, Venki began performing at the age of 5 and trained under esteemed gurus, including Pandit Shubhankar Banerjee, Pandit Abhijit Banerjee, and many others, while also receiving vocal training in the Agra Gharana. As a soloist and accompanist, he has shared the stage with legends like Pandit Rajendra Prasanna, Pandit Venkatesh Kumar, and Asia Pacific, the Middle East, and Sri Lanka. Venki's mastery of both Hindustani and Carnatic music and rhythmic traditions, paired with his modern musical sensibility, has made him a global ambassador for Indian music. Venki has also been associated with the Ramakrishna Mission since childhood and is also the musical director on our revered Swami Swatma Ramananda Ji's music catalogue. With that, I now humbly hand over to our artist to continue with the performance. Please enjoy.
Om Namo Narayana. Sunday morning, so many people have come. Thank you so much for coming. And well, this is the instrument, one of the most ancient, you can say, and the most simple instrument. It has no complication at all, just a piece of bamboo. And how old it is, we don't know. Lord Krishna. And my mother gave me this flute when I was just 3 years old. Now I am 58. So I started playing it naturally, became professional. Then I went to learn because I had a guilt within myself that I have not learned flute. So I wanted to learn, but when I went to learn, I was already a professional artist and already have a name. But again, having said this, there is no end to music learning. Each day, each moment, we can learn something new. And coming to today's performance, today we have divided our performance into 3 segments. The first segment, we are playing hardcore classical music. And second segment, I can call it some creative compositions based on ragas. We'll be playing along with the electronic keyboard and all the other things. That is later, second half. And the third portion, we are playing some devotional songs from Bollywood, everything. I mean, from different private songs, but it is devotional songs. We have given a twist to our own style and made it interesting so that everybody will relate to it, and that somehow we have some new thing we have tried. Let's see how it goes. Yes. In between, Maharaj also coming. And before I start, I must thank Maharaj Ji and the hard work. My little brother Venkatesh, they worked very hard to bring us here, and thank you for hosting us and taking care of us so beautifully. Thank you so much. So I'm playing the rag Yaman to begin with. Let me, before I start, a very brief explanation of this raga. The scale is like this. This is the scale. But the chalan is not like this. I'll be playing only this for half an hour. I'll try without making you bore. I'll try to make you enjoy this. But how it is possible? That is the challenge for an artist. And that is where the spirituality of music comes in. Unless and until we are available in this moment 100%, we can approach it as a new person every second. Then that magnetism will transmit to you. That whatever I am playing, even though I am repeating the thing, it should sound new to me. How it is possible? If it is, I am available to the next moment very freshly. I am approaching to it as if I am discovering it, as if I don't know this. In that mindset, I am approaching to the raga. So this is where I feel the spiritual aspect of our Indian music, our Indian classical music lies. So I demand everyone present here to be absolutely available to this moment, to enjoy this class. the basic composition, the bandish, is set to Rupak Tal, which is 7-bit cycle. And then it follows Tin Tal, which is 16-bit cycle. Thank you. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you. With so much love. Thank you so much. So now the next segment, I would like to invite Varun. on the keyboard. And we need a little setup change. He has to go there. I have to stand up. So with the headset mic, so the different style of presentation. So 2 minutes. Can I need some help? Little back, then we'll bring it back later. Yeah, it's like.
Yeah. Tabla on, madam. So, meanwhile, when they are setting up, I think most of you are aware about this instrument anyway. I think you all know that this is a tabla, as he was introducing the bansuri, the primary percussion instrument which is used in the North Indian classical music is the tabla, which is a 2-drum instrument, which we just presented the classical segment, and now we are doing a little bit of world fusion and creative music where we have a different setup. So I'm going to play not only tabla, but there are some shakers which I have, fixed it to my legs, which will bring some, the high frequency, and now the entire thing is changing, like Mary Poppins. You do everything individually. And this is another instrument which is like a chair, but I'm sitting on this. It's a South American instrument called the cajon, and it almost produces the sound like a drum, but not that much loud. It's still, it's still softer, but still produces a very good sound to give a good beat. More will come soon. And my dear brother Varun is an extraordinary musician also. So we welcome him on stage, and you will see his magic soon also along with Bhutu.
On this stage, these two are like little younger brothers to me. I mean, I'm pretty elder to them. I'm the only old man here. These two are very young. So, yeah. So, the first song which you are going to present is called Only You. The name of this song is Only You. I had composed it way back in 2005 or 6 in USA. And it has some spiritual significance. I mean, all the songs, the names I have chosen, it has some spiritual significance. I read something about our Indian philosophy, which says, whom to surrender, that doesn't matter. Something that matters, how we surrender, that matters. So whom to surrender, that doesn't matter. You can choose anything, any of your imagination. But how much degree, how much percent you surrender, that matters. So here, the name comes Only You. When you surrender completely, then what remains is only you remains. But in a broader sense that you also doesn't remain after some time. Because who has to say you as you? Because I is already no more. So you also, I is also not there. You is also not there. You is also not there. So nothing is left. Only Sunya is there. So that way we all are interconnected. So the name has chosen from that point only you. So this is based on Rag Vimpalas. Hope I didn't make this too much of philosophical, but this is how I get the name. Thank you. So,
And one more thing, Maharaj reminded me to tell you that I will also be playing this small tambourine, which is like, it's a small, as a small kid I started playing this with Maharaj and all when we were small kids in the ashram in Bangalore. And this instrument has brought me here also. So it's an amazing instrument. You will hear this when he plays the melody.
sa ni sa ni sa ni sa ni sa re ga You're liking it? Thank you. So the next song is called Beyond Mind. This is based on Rag Nandakons, and I think we have to, being a spiritual journey, we should all know about the mechanism of the mind. Unless you understand the mechanism of the mind, then everything is no mind. How to get the no mind? We are doing it. So, no mind is not against the mind, it is the absence of the mind. So we, through our music, when we are totally occupied with this 100%, then we lose our mind. So, so to me, this is beyond mind. Yeah. Amen.
Sagama pagama ga ga ni sa sagama da ni da ma ga sagama da ni ni sa ni da ma ga ga ma ga ga ga
another two thing. This is called Rising Rage. Morning Raga. It's based on Rag Nat Bhairav. And in the end, it has some little bit of climax. Before I start, I suddenly remember one thing. When I was 3 years old, my mother gave me the flute as a toy. So, the very first day I started playing some songs. Chal, 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 mere sathi. That song, that song is like this. So, the problem is, what next after that? I don't know. The entire city, nobody knew that what next after that, how to go high scale. Nobody was there to tell me that. So one day, my mother was doing some work and I was not going to school. This much I remember. That means I should be 3 to 4 years old. And I was constantly disturbing her. Then she was irritated, she gave me one. Then to irritate more, I blew the flute very hard. I blew like this. Then I suddenly realized there's a high note came in the flute. so this is my learning process. Everything over. After that, again, little extra blow. Same thing. This is, nobody was there to tell me about this, but somehow my experience made me learn. So, Nat Bhairav Rag. Thank you. So in this segment, the last song, after this, Maharaj is going to sing 2 songs, 2-3 songs. Then we have a break. That's per our plan. So then we have a break. Not break, I mean, you will be having food, but we are playing some lighter versions for you. Okay, so this is the song Inner Joy. This is like, again, the name has some significance. Unless and until there is celebration within, there cannot be celebration outside. So the joy, the blissfulness, the state of mind, that should be always from within. So let's celebrate this moment. Yeah. So inner joy. This is based on Kalavati. Okay, one second. Ready? Katit, katit, kata, katit, katit, kata, katit, katit, kata, katit, katit, kata. Gabada ni da ba ga ni ni sa sa ni sa ni da ni da ba ga ba da ni da ba ga ni ni sa sa ni ga sa ni da ni da ba ga ba da ni da ba ga ni ni sa ni ga ba da ni da ba ga ni ni sa ni.
di ta ta di ta ki ta ta di ta ta di ta ta di ta ta di kri ta ti da di na da ti na ti ta di kri ta ta di did na ki did ka na ki did ta ki did gintarana da tu na gina tu na ta ki did ta gina tu na ta ki did ta gina tu na ta ki did ta di ta di tirikidata, tirikidadha. Tattadhana tattadha. Tattadhana tattadha. You are the fourth. Tirikidha, tirikiditakata. Dha dha dha. Tirikidha. Dha da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da. Da da. Tirikidha, 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 tirikidha. Da tirikidha, 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 da tirikidha. Da tirikidha, 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 krantada. Da tirikidha, tirikidha, krantada. Da tirikidha, tirikidha, krantada. Krantada, 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 krantada. Da tirikidha, 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 dan 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 dan. Da tirikidha, 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 da 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 da. Da tirikidha, 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 da 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 da.
Thank you. Now we request Maharaj to come and sing for us. Yeah, so this has to need some help. Yes. Need some help. Yeah. Can you speak? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Flute mic. For Maharaj's voice, we're using the flute mic. That mic.
Okay, we exchange the mic. Put this mic to this stand. I will tell the mantra for taking the food. You can start the food with that mantra. Swami Vivekananda has introduced this mantra from the Bhagavad Gita, 4th chapter, 24th mantra, Brahmarpanam Brahma Havihi. That is to transform the action of taking food as a havan or yagna, like a sacrifice. That is the idea for chanting this mantra. Om Brahmarpanam Brahma Havihi Brahmagnau Brahmanahutam Brahmaivate Nagantavyam Brahmakarma Samadhina Harihi Om. Now you can slowly take your food. While you are taking the food, you know why I took this singing the bhajans after such beautiful program, such beautiful talk and wonderful program. Now you know in India for small children, and also when they build a new house or a new, they take a new car. What do they do with the small children when they are going out? Lot of people will look at them, and in Hindi it is called nazar. They will get nazar. In South India it is called drishti. So to remove the bad eyes, they put one black dot. Likewise on a new house or a car, they will put something to attract the attention. Likewise, for today's program, my program will be like the nazar, taking out of the nazar, the black dot. Okay, now enjoy the black dot. Never mind. All of you have heard that Swami Nischalananda Ji Maharaj used to make the children and everybody during the rally to sing Rama, 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 Rama. So making that as the basis, I'm going to teach you now one song on Lord Ramachandra, where there will be repetition of this mantra, Om Shri Ram, Jai Ram, Jai Jai Ram. Before that, I'm going to tell you a small story which is told by Sri Ramakrishna himself. Now imagine there was a war between Lord Shiva and Lord Ramachandra. Who are the armies of Shiva? Bhuta, Preta, Pishacha, Adi Gana, the demons, the ghosts, hobgoblins, and so many other things. And who are the people who are there in the army of Lord Ramachandra? Vanara, monkey, bears, all those things. So now both the armies have come together face to face to fight, but the leaders have not come. Even before the leaders came, they were ready to fight. Now when the leaders came, Lord Shiva saw Lord Ramachandra. And Ramachandra saw Lord Shiva. Lord Ramachandra is saying, oh, Lord Shiva is my Ishtadevata. And Lord Shiva is saying, oh, Ramachandra is my Parabrahma Swarupa. So both of them saw the same aspect of one God, embraced each other and went away. But the armies, the monkeys and the ghosts and the hobgoblins, in South Africa they also call this Tuglosh. So they are still fighting. The monkeys and the ghosts are still fighting. We are that in the name of God, we are fighting. Always in the name of God, we fight together. So let us see. Shiva is not separate, Rama is not separate. Bringing out that wonderful concept, I will teach you a song. Shankar Devaka Damaru Bajaye, Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. When I tell Shankara Devaka Damaru Bajaye, you can tell Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. That's all, very simple. Nothing more other than that. You can tell Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. I may be disturbing you while you are taking the food. Be careful while taking the food article should not go into your glottis or the lungs. Be careful while singing. But in between you can also sing Sri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. It's a Hindi song. Shankar Dev ka damaru bajaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shankar Dev ka damaru bajaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Narayan ka shankh bulaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Saraswati ki veena gaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Narad Muni tamburi sunaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shankar Dev ka damaru bajaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Narayan ka shankh bulaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Saraswati ki veena gaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Narad Muni tamburi sunaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Shankar Dev ka damaru bajaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. Narayan ka shankh bulaye, Shri Ram Jai Ram Jai Jai Ram. वाल्मीकि के काव्य बताए, श्री राम जय जय राम. कबीर दास के दोहे पढ़ाए, श्री राम जय जय राम. तुलसीदास के पद्य सिखाए, श्री राम जय जय राम. हनुमत नाचे मन में बसाए, श्री राम जय जय राम. शंकर देव का डमरू बजाए, श्री राम जय जय राम. नारायण का शंख बुलाए, श्री राम जय जय राम. Ramakrishna has told, if you sing the name of Lord, then all the dross, impurities in our mind, body, everything will go away. So, if you sing it loudly with full throttle, then it will go out very quickly. While you are taking pure food inside, you should also sing the name of Lord so that all the dross, impurities, sin will go away. If you have the courage to tell that I have not committed any sin, you need not sing. But those people who want to put out the sin, then they can sing loudly and little faster. शंकर देव कड़मरु बजाए, श्री राम जय राम, नारायण का शंख बुलाए, श्री राम जय राम बुलाए, श्री राम जय राम, सरस्वती की वीणा गाए, श्री राम जय राम, नारद मुनि तंबूरी सुनाए, श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, श्री राम जय राम, ओम श्री राम जय राम, जय राम. What was that clapping for? Two reasons are being cited for the clapping. What is that? One, the song was very good, so please continue. Secondly, it was very boring, stop it. So then too they clap it. I don't know which one was that, but even then I have been given some time. So I will continue one or two more songs. While you are eating the food, you can also get the spiritual food. This is a Hindi song on Lord Krishna. Long back in 1998 when I had been to Vrindavan, I learned this song in Vrindavan. This song is depicting baby Krishna or child Krishna, Krishna Lalla, taking the cows and calves, is going to graze the cows and calf in the fields of Vrindavan. So that scenario is depicted in this song. It is in a peculiar dialect of Hindi, that is Braj Bhasha. The language which is spoken in and around Vrindavan, it's called Braj Bhasha. Choti choti gaiya, chote chote gwal. While I am singing this song now, I remembered an incident which happened in South Africa. What is that incident which happened in South Africa? I went to the house of a devotee and asked him what is his name. He told his name was Brijlal. Generally, the tendency is I ask them, what is the meaning of the name? Because in association with the name, I can easily remember the name. I need not forget it. So when I asked him what is the meaning of the name, that person told, Swamiji, it's so easy. Don't you know the meaning of the name Brijlal? I told, please, can you explain it? I told, very simple, Swamiji. Brijlal means Lal standing on the bridge. So then I had to explain him, it's not Lal standing on the bridge. Bridge means, it comes from the word, Sanskrit word, Vraja, that is Vrindavan. Lala or Lalla means child of Vrindavan, that is Lord Krishna. Brajalala means Lord Krishna. So now this song is on that Brajalala, Lord Krishna. Choti choti gaiya, chote chote gwal. Gaiya, cows, small cows, small calf. Chote chote gwal. All the friends of Krishna are also very young, maybe the age of 7 or 8. All are going with Krishna to graze the cows. Then what is the scenario? Aage aage gaiya, piche piche gwal. All the calves and cow are proceeding forward. Piche piche gwal. Behind the gwal, the Golla Balaka means the cowherd children are all following the cows. Beach mein mero Madana Gopal. My Madana Gopala, little Krishna, is playing in between them. Kali Kali Gaiya, Gore Gore Gwal. All the cows are dark in complexion and the Gollabala, Gwal are Gore Gore Gwal. That means they are golden complexion. What about our Lord Krishna? Savare Varana, Shama Varana Mer Madana Gopal. Blue little Krishna is walking amongst them. So that is the song. Enjoy this song, meditating on Lord Krishna. Choti choti gaiya, chote chote gwal. Choti choti gaiya, chote chote gwal. Choti choti gaiya, chote chote gwal. Choto sumero Madana Gopal. Hari choto sumero Madana Gopal. Choti choti gaiya, chote chote gwal. Choti choti gaiya, chote chote gwal. Choto sumero Madana Gopal. Hari choto sumero Madana Gopal. आगे आगे गैया पीछे पीछे ग्वाल. आगे आगे गैया पीछे पीछे ग्वाल. बीच में मेरो मदन गोपाल. हरि छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल। काली काली गैया गोरे गोरे ग्वाल, काली काली गैया गोरे गोरे ग्वाल, श्याम भरण मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि श्याम भरण मेरो मदन गोपाल। छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल, छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल। छोटी छोटी लकुटी छोटे छोटे हाथ, छोटी छोटी लकुटी छोटे छोटे हाथ, बंसी बजावे मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि बंसी बजावे मेरो मदन गोपाल। छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल, छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल। छोटी छोटी सखियाँ मधुवन भाग, छोटी छोटी सखियाँ मधुवन भाग, रास रचावे मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि रास रचावे मेरो मदन गोपाल। रास रचावे मेरो मदन गोपाल, रास रचावे मेरो मदन गोपाल। छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल, छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल, छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि 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 छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल। छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल, छोटी छोटी गैया छोटे छोटे ग्वाल, छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल, हरि छोटो सो मेरो मदन गोपाल। Lastly, in my bhajan program, I will be singing one song on Divine Mother Kali, Mata Kalika. After that, our musicians will be still entertaining you with some other beautiful bhajans. But now this will be the last song on Mother Kali. Mata Kalika Mata Kalika Mata Kalika Asura-harani Jaganirabhaya-karani Asura-harani Jaganirabhaya-karani Rani Asura-harani Jaganirabhaya-karani Taranatarini Bhaktapalika Dayadani Bhavani 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 Mata Kalika Mata
खडगमुण्डक परकर धरणि कर धरणि कर धरणि जगनिरभयकरणि तरणतारिणि भक्तपालिका दयादानि भवानि 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 Thank you very much. Om Namo Narayanaya. If you want to continue, you can continue, or give little break, or else we can stop. It's up to you. Okay.
Om Namo Narayana, sisters and brothers. I think we can all agree that was an absolutely mesmerizing performance. One more round of applause. And thank you to Maharaj for those beautiful bhajans. I now call upon Mr. Jagdish Gangadin to move the vote of thanks.
Om Namo Narayanaya. Dear sisters and brothers, may we settle down a little bit, please? Thank you. Indeed, we are grateful for this great spiritual giant for bringing us Sri Ramakrishna, Sri Shada Devi, and Swami Vivekananda. After all, it is really heartwarming to see how much of people are here today. And it's just by the pure will and determination of Swami Nischalananda that we are gathered here to celebrate this legacy and celebrate the worship of the Holy Trio. Earlier you would have heard our flute player. His nickname is Bhutto. And he said he couldn't find the higher note. And after his mother gave him a slap, he found that note. So we can liken that to that after we get that slap from the Divine Mother, it takes us forward. It lifts us, it elevates our spirituality. So, sisters and brothers, firstly we give tribute, we give thanks to the Holy Trio for ensuring and making this function a success. Feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Of course, on behalf of the Swami Nischalananda Centenary Celebrations Committee, I take this opportunity to express my deepest gratitude and appreciation to all those who made this event memorable. I would like to thank His Excellency Professor Anil Suklal for his profound message, enlightening us on the history of the Ramakrishna movement in South Africa. You have truly reminded us of the greatness of Swami Nischalananda and exactly the reason why we are here today. Our heartfelt thanks to my dear revered Pravrajika Ishtaprana Mataji into the life of Swami Nischalananda and reminding us once again that we can still believe and have faith. To our President of the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa, revered Swami Swatma Ramananda Ji Maharaj, and of course to the Board of Governors. As the Centenary Celebrations Committee, we are grateful to have held this celebration in honor of this divine soul. Maharaj, your wisdom and your guidance will always guide us through. To our musicians, thank you for your soul-stirring rendition. It is indeed an awakening and somewhat different. I think today we got to experience that we're listening to the Divine Lord being praised while we were partaking of our meals. It's somewhat a change. To the management of the Gujarati Hindu Sanskriti Kendra for the use of this venue. Thank you to Neville and Shireen Naidu and family, long-standing devotees of the Center for their magnanimous support. To Kugan and Subhashni Pillai for the sponsorship of the elegant decor, which is lent to the wonderful ambience of today's function. To Vimal Raoji of Insane Sound and Lighting, thank you for the excellent sound, and of course, you hear I'm very audible with that. To our engineer, Nick Kisun, I know he asked not to be mentioned, but I think due credit, due thanks to him. And of course, not forgetting in our midst, our Varun Pradeep is also a sound engineer. And just to let you in, that the finer tunings that were happening yesterday, the finer notes, the top notes, the low notes, everything came into place with the assistance of these very wise sound engineers that we have amidst us. To Vijay Lalta Singh of the Printin, thank you for the sponsorship of the brochures. To Indian Delights for the sumptuous lunch. To all the senior devotees associated with Gurudev, thank you for being part of this wonderful milestone function. To Jaya Ramjogi and family of the Gatekeeper, thank you for your contributions. To all other devotees, the names are too numerous to mention, but thank you for your contributions in kind or in cash, in whichever way possible. Thank you very, very, very much. Finally, to you, our wonderful sisters and brothers, thank you for making the time to be here, for taking time, Sri Ramakrishna.
Thank you, Jaibai. Sisters and brothers, I'll now hand over to revered Maharaj to do the concluding prayer.
Om Namo Narayanaya. We will end today's program with the chanting of the Veda mantra Purnamadaha Purnamidam. All of you can join me. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Shri Rama Krishnarpanamastu. Namaste to all of you. Om Namo Narayanaya.
Sisters and brothers, just a few more moments of your time. It truly has been a wonderful morning celebrating Gurudev and his legacy, and listening to the inspiring words of our speakers and listening to the beautiful musicians and the soul-stirring performance that we had just seen, I think has truly left all of us with high spiritual vibrations that we'll carry with us for many days to come. Just a few important announcements for this morning. Revered Swami Shantatmananda Ji Maharaj, President of the Ramakrishna Mission Vivekananda Institute of Values, Gurugram, Haryana, India, is scheduled to visit the center from the 18th to the 31st of July 2025 for a series of programs at the center and the various sub-centers. Revered Swami Medhananda Ji from the Vedanta Society of Southern California, USA, is scheduled to visit the center for various programs at the center and the sub-centers from the 1st to the 13th of August 2025. Revered Swami Swatmaramananda Ji Maharaj conducts classes on the Bhagavad Gita on Tuesdays from 7 to 8 p.m. and the Devi Mahatmyam on Fridays from 7 to 8 p.m. These classes may also be viewed live and on the center's YouTube channel. Weekly satsangs are held at the Ramakrishna Center of South Africa on Saturdays from 4 to 5:30 p.m. All are invited to attend. Karate and yoga classes are also held weekly on Saturdays at the center. All those who may be interested are encouraged to contact the center for more information. Please note that Centenary celebrations memorabilia and Ramakrishna Vivekananda literature is available for purchase in the hall foyer outside. We also have USB sticks that have revered Swami Swatmaramananda Ji's music for sale. With that, I thank each and every one of you once again for joining us on this very special morning as we celebrated Gurudev's legacy. Let his light shine on in all of our lives, and may we carry that legacy forward. We hope that you enjoyed lunch, and we wish you safe travels back home. Om Namo Narayanaya.
His dressing, his way of talking, his mannerism, respect and dignity. There was an aroma around his body. It attracted me to him.
One of the most important qualities of Swami Nischalananda, referred to as Gurudev, was simplicity. He may live